maybe less. But the problem with this is that at the end of the sprint, this task could get exhausted because we underestimated how much time we needed. But we will only see it at the end of the sprint once the whole scope of those tasks that you need to do in the code review get exhausted and get done. And while it may be very easy to think that how much it is to review the code, like maybe there will be 2 pages of code, so maybe it will take 15 minutes, but that's only in the optimistic case. Because consider if you actually find something that doesn't match. So the developer has to go back and redo it, and you have to re-review it again. So that's why you should account a little bit more time than you think that it's in the good case. So we basically, what we did, we removed the task as its own task and incorporated the time required to review the task in each task itself. So it got a little bit bigger, and we also, for our convenience, added this additional swim lane in the Scrum board in Jira. You can do that, and so instead of going to do in progress done, you just first go to review and then go to done. So it's every day during stand-up meetings you can see that you have something not really done. Okay, so to recap, we removed everything from the sprint that we couldn't reliably estimate. And also we removed any accumulation. There were no tasks that would include a lot of other tasks. And only basically raw development tasks were left in sprint. Why do we do with all the other stuff that we removed? How do we handle it? Another bright idea, Excel. I think that there is nothing that you cannot do with Excel. It's the #1 tool for everything. Until you actually start using it globally for more than one people, for more than one person. So you get multiple copies with different timestamps, with different contents, and so on and so forth. So we decided, no, we need to think about something else. And it was maybe a little bit a coincidence how we found this, is because when you are creating a new Agile board in Jira, and we are using the new integrated Agile plugin. It's actually a wizard that asks if you want a Scrum board or if you want a Kanban board. So we thought, why not? Maybe we can try that another one. So we just did that. We created a separate Kanban board in the same project, with basically roughly the same things that we have in our process. Your tasks here in the Kanban board, it will automatically appear in the sprint backlog. So it's an automatic transition of tasks. This flow sort of starts in Kanban and finishes in Scrum. It was okay until we started using it more, and we found that for some of those columns, show to yourself that somebody needs to take it. Then when somebody takes and starts doing it, you have to see that somebody is working on this many tasks. And when you actually finish, you also need to have another column that you say that, okay, we have already finished, we can go back to the client and review with them. So a lot more columns appeared, and it just wouldn't fit on the screen. I mean, Jira every story was like in, I don't know, in Chinese or Japanese. So we decided to split those boards in Uh, Very important column here is the irrelevant. Proof because they first gave us this task. So in order to remove this confusion, we don't remove tasks from backlog in any way. It's either you develop it or you put it in the relevant stuff so that you can go back and quickly see. The same trick here with the Kanban boards, you can set up it in such a way that if you put tasks here, it starts automatically to appear in a different board. And this time it starts to be handled by the team leader. So it's actual development begins. So you get like a first preview and rough estimation. Then you get this design process, grooming, and finally when you are done with all of this and confirm with the client that it's ready, you get to this ready, which is again goes to the Scrum board. And then, of course, it's almost regular Scrum board, except, as I said, with this review field. And everybody is happy. Uh, as we worked with this Kanban boss for a little bit, we found that we can actually put more stuff there. And one notable thing, we find that it's actually by design. But with all the other bugs we needed to somehow handle, we have to get back in 2 weeks. But bugs are very critical as always, so you cannot keep them in progress. You have to go and put them somewhere else because each time you will be taking it and seeing, yes, of course, what we did there, we're waiting, okay. And regarding the responsibles, it's sort of short version of the support of the development board. It's like a product manager who actually receives information about those bugs. Ruin the sprint because we only reserve certain amount for bugs and we don't expect them because we do everything well from the start. Then have one developer with some token, like a wrench in this case, to look after this board more frequently than one time a day, so he will be responsible to looking at those boards as soon as they're coming. You can rotate them for each sprint, but in this particular case, we actually got approval from customers so that we actually dedicate that person to this. What actually we get this wrench constantly connected to him. But that's only for this particular case. As I said, you can rotate it one by one for each sprint, for example. So basically, that was the story. separately. Also, for bigger and complex systems, especially the ones that maybe you started working on an existing system. It was a legacy system in this case. We didn't start it from scratch. So you are not that to be changed. And it will automatically spur some more questions, and you avoid that questions during sprint planning. Okay, so if those Kanban boards become too big, you can split them. The Whenever you get some crazy requirements from the customer, try to look how you can get something from that for yourself. And that only means changing the attitude. You don't need to change the process, you just need to change how you look at it. And if you find something that it does something to you personally, or maybe for the sake of the team, then it automatically will become more approachable and give you less stress when doing this. So that's pretty much it. Any questions? Okay. Okay, the question is, if we exclude the testing from the sprint, what is the definition of done? Um, we don't have testing in definition of done. You see, in this case, I can maybe expand a little bit on what testing meant, because during the release cycle, we also have extended product testing on the client side, on all the acceptance testing and so forth. So basically what we did is that, first of all, we excluded those tasks and basically left for the developers only to prepare as much as possible so they could actually do the demo. And all the corner cases that would not be covered by the demo would have to be either in unit tests, or we leave it for the final acceptance test of the system. So we actually phased out it. We no longer have it at all in the development process. Okay. So the question is, if we have one task that goes between the boards, or there are many tasks going, or many boards? Many tasks for each board. Yes, we only have those boards that I have shown you. So it's basically like 4 boards. So 2 for the preparation, 1 is for sprint, so actual development, and 1 is for bugs. And all the, wait a second, you meant like user stories or tasks? Okay, so up to the sprint task, up to the sprint board and Scrum board, we handle it on user story level. So it's actually you analyze what needs to be done for a user story. And in these cases, when you find, for example, that it's actually too big to fit in a sprint, here is where you actually split it into smaller user stories and do it again. So all the boards go by the user story level. The Scrum board goes by the tasks, because the tasks get produced during sprint planning. And bugs go by themselves, because we don't have either user story or... In some cases, if the tasks are bigger, we can split them into tasks. But as I said, we usually then take them into the sprint as we would take user story, and then we can fix it with subtask or something. Uh, no. Uh, Up to the Scrum, you only have user story. If you split it, you split it, and you have two user stories. You can write that they are related or something, but usually you have separate. Yes. Yeah, so the question is if it is the same like item or I, something that I think it's item in the Jira that has a number. So if it is the same one that is going across the board or it's different, yes, it's the same. If you create those boards on the same project and you can create multiple boards for the same project, it's the same. It actually has the same link, has the same everything. So this um, automatic. Yes, yes, you can play with different statuses and filters. So if somebody puts the task into this last column, it will automatically appear in the sprint backlog. So did we find the correlation between the complexity of, I don't know, user stories or tasks during sprint planning probably, and the amount of time that we need to review? Um, we didn't actually look at it in this very sort of scientific way. But after some time, we developed kind of a feeling, if you will. It's basically like experience that if you do like a simple task that exposes some external web service, you would know that there will be changes only in this place. So it will be easy for people to review, and it's unlikely that it will get done wrong. But if, for example, you see that it's something like new task or it's on the place that you aren't that familiar with, nobody on the team, for example, worked on it previously, then we expect some problems here. So we increase both estimations for development and estimations for the review task. But now that I've said it, I think the answer is yes. There is a correlation. So the bigger the estimate for the original task, the more you put on the review. So the question, where do you put this review time? Is it in the task or separately? First, we did it separately, and we had problems with that. Now we include it directly into the task, and we do it this way. So the Jira has this built-in field for estimation of the tasks. So when we evaluate and get evaluation from the team, how much we get the estimate basically, and then we add to this estimate the number that we will need for code review. And we also have a separate field that says how much time we added on this review. So this is more informational, but in the end, what Jira shows you is the total time. So you will, it's a little bit hard in that respect that once you you finish with the development, you must expect that the remaining time is the same or higher than you have left for quality assurance for this review. But we are working on that. There are some scripting capabilities in Jira, but they are not that easy to manage. So maybe we'll get to that someday, maybe next year. Okay, 5 minutes, but I think we don't need that. Let's enjoy the break. Thank you.
whereas efficient is to do the same amount of work with less effort. So actually, even though it's called effective Scrum, I'm trying to get to both goals actually. So hopefully we can also get some efficiency in it. So let me just start. I'm Jacob Svalastorga. It sounds way better in Norwegian than it does in English and Lithuanian, but I have worked for Detecnet Software forever, almost. It's an anti-piracy company. I was there when we started, and everything was manual work, and from there on we grew into an IT business, doing automated collection on the internet. Basically, anti-piracy is all about collecting data about users and websites and so on. We grew and won the Gazelle in 2010. It's the award for most growing company. And then we switched to Scrum because that was the big trend just before getting bought by McMonitor. And we basically had a lot of struggling with understanding Scrum. And well, as you will see later on, we had a million ideas of what to do and what not to do, but none of them were really good because we didn't have a good philosophy on where we wanted to go with the whole thing. So that's what I'm trying to edge out later on. I'm very much into challenges and bets. I ended up running the Lithuanian half marathon very recently because I made a bet. It's in this shape and form, and it was not very nice, but I won the bet, so it's all that matters, right? So I'm just, if you have any interesting challenges, please go ahead and challenge me. Other than that, I just wanted to know a little bit more about you before we start, because I'm also going to talk a little bit about culture. And culture is very different from country to country, so it's important to understand what kind of audience I'm speaking to. So how many are from Denmark in here? All right, we are richly represented, that's great. And Lithuania? Okay, not so many. Okay, that's great. And how many are developers in here? Whoa, okay, that's a lot. Hopefully I will not bore you to death, because I'm a developer myself. The reason I started with interesting myself for Scrum is that I wanted to change a lot of stuff. So maybe you can go the same way. Just if I'm shaking a little bit, and I am a little bit nervous, but I just flew in from America and I didn't sleep more or less all night. And now I had 3 Red Bulls, I think, and 6 cups of coffee. So I'm set. It's all good. So let's move on. I usually have somebody to press the buttons. Okay, so as you can see, this is Kilimanjaro mountain, and it's me standing there, and this smile is very fake. I'm not feeling good at all. It's only because there's a guy holding a camera against me. So, but actually I'm wearing the Detecnet shirt up there, and it was kind of a gift to the team. I was just a guy in the team, but we kind of all felt that everything would be possible as long as we just wore that Detecnet uniform. So we had a pretty strong culture in the team. And we lived by this, basically, I don't know if I'm allowed to say what the F is standing for, but just F and do it. That was the general plan when we were developing stuff. We didn't really have an idea of how to improve. We basically just did whatever that was told, and then we tried to do our best to perfect that when there was nobody asking us for stuff. Is the sound okay? Super. Okay, I will move on. So this was our idea, and we had this idea all of a sudden that we should do Scrum. And the main thing that we kind of understood about Scrum is that it has some kind of product owner that fills this magic list of what to build, and then we have a Scrum Master who is more or less the meeting guy. It was not very thought through. Basically what happened to us in a period after adopting Scrum was that we lost a lot of time trying to cope with the new methodology, and we gained nearly nothing. So, and maybe we were also not so smart about it. We could have done some more homework, but this is basically our initial, maybe a little bit dark perspective on it, because I really didn't like it back then. I loved our freedom and the way we could just build stuff all the time. So the most horrible thing that happened when we were doing Scrum is that we would sit at this magical meeting called retrospective, and everybody would be sitting there and smiling like everything was fantastic. And actually we had nightmares every day about working and all this planning thing that took forever, and we never made a good plan. But we always came to the retro, and how did it go? Well, it went kind of good, I guess. I don't know. How should we know? That's the big thing, because we had nothing to compare to. And I guess this sprint was a little bit better than the last sprint, maybe. So nobody really did anything to improve it. So let me just break off a little bit and ask you, you are practicing Scrum, yes? How many? Okay, that's a lot. So if this question was asked to me by Vidas back when I came here, and it actually inspired me to start working on improving all the time. So I can say the lowest level is 0 and the highest is 5, and then you raise your hand when you think that I mentioned the level that you would be at, approximately. So, any zeros in here? No? Everybody's feeling good. Okay. I was the only 0 when Vidas asked. I was kind of proud about that. Okay, so 1, a couple, 2, and 3, and 4, and 5. No 5s. Okay, that's good. It's kind of a trick question anyway, I think. So, okay, that's good. So, we started from kind of realizing that this retrospective is, this is supposed to be the vehicle for continuous improvement. That was what we understood, yet we were not getting anything of it. And a part of the reason was that every time we had an exercise for all people, it went into kind of a bandwagon effect. So when one guy had first asked what was good, then everybody would mention the same thing. And then after that, the same bad thing would come again. And we would all agree on 4 or 5 score. So we started to look at changing this. We went into a different mindset that I have had some problems with defining, but I think I arrived at the right definition that is long-term greedy. It's basically that everything we do, we can invest into the future. Everything we do that is not development related, and we take all the small things and try to see if they are actually important. Um, and we try to experiment more. And that was kind of the idea to improving this situation. So for a year, almost a year, we ran the level 0 Scrum. And then we changed a little bit. I grew up to become a Scrum Master, and I tried to kind of formulate a mission of what I would be doing as a Scrum Master and a guy who takes an interest into Scrum. And of course, there's all the technical excellence, software quality, and usual things that you have to nurse somehow in a team. But also, happiness became a very big focus for us, because actually it was one of the big things that set apart our Scrum work from the non-Scrum work. So we tried also to build again the same passion that we had before, but now with hopefully a plan to understand it. And the idea of the passion, it's it's a very soft term, so I'm gonna help you a little bit. There's a wall of text here. It's basically the only usable thing from Urban Dictionary, I think. I don't know, but pretty close. Basically, in short, passion is basically taking responsibility and caring for what you do, and with it also comes a kind of pride that it's a very good vehicle for motivating teams. So we tried to see and find a way in which we could basically find a way to understand how we can realize this mission. And in order to do so, we have to understand both the people in the teams, but also the work we do. And to start with the people, we kind of had the McGregor perspective. We're using him to understand it, but from a little bit different point of view, which I will show a little bit later. Is there anybody here that's not familiar with McGregor? Okay. So there's a McGregor, very short, has two assumptions about people that are very different. And it's assumptions because it's a way that we typically look at people that we work together with. And there are two assumptions. The first one, X. It's the X theory goes that all people are motivated by greed and fear of being punished, and that makes them do stuff. And the basic assumption is that they don't really want to work that much. So if you don't define a very clear path to work on, then nothing will be done. And on the other hand, theory Y is the exact opposite, more or less, where in which people are very willing to work, and if you actually don't specify anything, they will start working by themselves. And of course, the popular exercise for McGregor presentations is to ask everybody whether they think they are a Y or an X person. And unless they are very special, then they will say a Y person. But you will always mention some X's here and there. And the reality is that they don't really exist. Like, people can behave like an X person, but in reality we are all Ys. We want to do good. That's at least my basic assumption. And I don't think we would hire people that were X's anyway, or keep them. So here is a little bit more on the X. The interesting things to add here is that we discovered that people start to behave a little bit in the patterns of X when you start to punish them very hard for failing sprints, or when you run into bad retros, or if this change request ignored. Like if people are in a retro and they propose changes, we should always act on them. That's the main danger. And the hopelessness is the probably, it's a term that I wrote this because it's kind of the end, the hopeless end, in which you go and have retros after that year of level 0 Scrum. You go and have retros, you know that nothing is happening, you know that planning is not improving, you know that next weeks are going to be exactly the same. So that is when you need to either do something very drastic, or you are just not getting what you want from the retros. Y, on the other hand, is of course benefits a lot from both celebration, victories, delivering hard on challenges, solving complex problems, and so on. Well, it's very logical that you have a happy worker who wants to work, and if we get some achievement from it, or we learn some stuff, then we will move forward a lot. So this is kind of what goes into the people area. And what is very interesting to me, and what I kind of realized, is that a lot of these things have a kind of spiral thing. They go worse and worse and worse, or they go better and better and better. So it's for us, we only needed to make the retro work once and then work from there, and we were basically continuously improving ourselves. So in order to understand work a little bit better, we just used a very simple model that was presented by Special Operations Forces, which is like the elite soldiers of Denmark. They decided to do team building, and they came up with this super name, and they presented a very cool but very simple, understandable model of dealing with comfort zones. So I'm sure you all know it, and probably there are many versions of it. What I use to look at is the perceived complexity of work. And I will explain now what it means. There's a little bit different. So the perceived complexity of work is, you can divide it into 3 areas. First of all, you have the comfort options, which is where you do the job that you are used to do and always do, and you are very comfortable estimating it. And then you have the more challenging part of work, and in the end you move into the red zone, basically things that you cannot do and is not comfortable doing at all. Of course, this red zone for elite troops and soldiers, it means some pretty serious business, right? Maybe dying or something, but here it's a lot less serious. But still, it can be very hard to estimate stuff. It can be very hard to deliver value, actually. So, if we look at it from a different way, maybe not even micromanagement, but just management potential in general, all of the visibility that we have, that we get from Scrum, it's basically mostly suited for the comfort zone and the challenges. It's not so suited for red zone development. It's more where we typically do a spike or something like that. I guess you all agree with that. It's not so nice to estimate on things you barely know and you're not comfortable doing. So if we map that back to McGregor, we get that, well, if we have a X type of team, We can say that they can work probably safely in the comfort zone and feel good about that. But if we consider the more challenging options and where we need to think differently about stuff, we definitely need why people. And the thing is that we can control this very much ourselves because it feeds back into how much we manage stuff. If we micromanage every project and monitor time and decide what should be built and so on, well, then probably we are moving towards the green area. And in the case that we are need the expert knowledge and the freedom of the developer to make some decisions on how to research things, well, then we're also moving away from the closer management. And since I'm Danish, I understand the horrors of being managed way better than Lithuanian, not because you're bad, but because you're actually way better than Danish workers, because they don't like to work so much. And well, it's kind of the truth, so, but it's a little bit funny. So in the end, the teams that I looked at to see if this fit, they fell into two categories. And the first one is where we only have comfort and challenge. Basically, there are no red areas for these teams. And they are typically busy with optimizing velocity. And of course, there shouldn't be any, we shouldn't start to build spaceships in the middle of building cars if we are worrying about velocity. It's also what happens if you very tightly manage teams. They will start to estimate and only do things that are easy to deliver. And this is not a negative thing at all. You could say that it's the pattern of also being a little bit defensive if the team is self-empowered. But it is still a bad pattern in some ways. It's basically the natural evolution of a team that evolves slowly and getting smarter and smarter about what they're doing. If they continue to do the same thing, they will end up in here. And not necessarily with pushback problems, but a lot of the issues that will come very fast is that all inventions will be illegitimate. And I mean large inventions. I mean red zone inventions. And to make an example of this, we had a guy that built an automated deployment system in a distributed fashion without it ever making it into the Scrum board. Nobody knew it existed, but he was magically 8 hours faster at deploying than normal, which is insane. It should, of course, go in there. And actually, the other model that I like a lot more is the model where everything is a challenge, where we try to keep automating all the comfort stuff, and we keep building more and more challenges, and we even have room for research and development of the red zone. Right now we have that implemented as a single research day in every sprint, and it allows us to, instead of building a spike, it allows us basically to get a much better idea and much better prototyping ideas on new areas of research. It also doesn't hurt us a lot if a customer presents a new idea, because we're already used to working with new ideas. So we are very dynamic in that sense. But there is of course dangers associated with this. It's much less stable. Well, how much? It depends on how good people are at estimating. Also, when they know that they might not know all of the truth. And it's also a little bit more vulnerable to prior ones and support tasks that require immediate attention. Sorry. And then you can say what you lose using this model is that you lose velocity as a parameter. And I can say that it's very fun to be in such a team where everything is research and still delivering a lot. But from management side, it might not be so applicable because losing velocity could be very important for people who use that parameter. In our team currently, the velocity parameter is just used as a pointer to which how much we could commit, but nothing else. We're not trying to increase it. We are just trying to build great projects. So it's a toss-up. If you have a lot of new research, I propose that you start allocating R&D time and start getting used to that you will have a lot of changes. If you have a lot of continuous improvement in the same areas, if you already have the expertise that you need, then I would propose to get an idea of this comfort zone image, and but I would always remind to keep inventions legitimate. So the end goal for us in this area is that we keep using the retro to make sure that all our development activities are focused. As usual, it's the same recipe that it says everywhere, but it's still very important. And that all our non-development activities are meaningful and brings value to our development work. And we try to have a contract to which we can improve stuff. We agree always to improve it. And one of the main agreements in that sense is that nothing is sacred in our team. We basically have a debate, ongoing debate, whether we should have stand-up, whether planning should be time-boxed, whether, you know, everything that everybody else in this Agile Tour and the other speakers, they are also thinking about it. Well, great ideas come from the idea that you want to improve something. So that's basically what we end up doing. So any questions and answers? Is it an answer on question?
That's a good question.
Okay.
Yeah, you know I'm Danish.
Mm.
You introduced, I heard your observations about the Danes, and I did not get offended. But
Of course not.
But of course, I can only agree with you.
Yeah.
I was just saying only because, from your perspective, take Lithuania.
Yeah.
Are there any pitfalls here that you would like to highlight on whilst you're here? You've been here before.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
So what would you say to the audience from
Okay.
your perspective?
Yeah. So I think just going from the Danish perspective, that being Danish, you grow up with not believing so much in authority. Not in a bad way, but in a way that leads you to challenging the existing ideas and power structures on a almost subconscious basis. So it's when we are told what to do, we think about why it could be that we are told to do this. And if there's something I think that is very healthy for a culture where we focus on continuous improvement, it is that to kind of challenge the existing ideas a little bit. Because maybe some of those ideas that are dictating how you do stuff, they are actually old, or they are based on tradition, or they are not very aligned to what delivers value. Does that answer your question?
Yes, partly.
Okay.
I would say yes, and I agree again with your observation.
Okay.
But are there any observations as far as this country, of course, is concerned, where you would say, here I would like to hoist a warning signal or a small flag or whatever?
Actually,
Positive, negative, of course.
yeah. Actually, I've always been a great fan of Lithuanian mentality, work mentality, culture, and so on. So, the only thing is, if I would take something from this, I would start to start to challenge authority a bit more, and not in a bad way, like resisting it, but kind of working with it to prove that you can deliver more value. It's still, I can't go out of the value focus, because I really think that if you have a great plan and you think you are maximizing the output of your team and that is the important thing, then you should go with that. Definitely. It's always good. I mean, Scrum is only a tool. It is only a tool. Like, we are building products, we are changing the lives of people, whatever we do in whatever business, and if we use a hammer or a chainsaw, it doesn't matter, as long as we get the job done. So, okay. Anything else?
You presented two team performance models, and
Mm.
the question could be, is it like extremes that you can go between with a single project or lifetime?
Yeah,
Or
yeah. I understand what. Yeah, they are kind of extremes. They are. The one is very safe, and the other one is as risky as, reasonable sense making allows it. But you can be anywhere in between that. My offer to you is just that you reflect on where you are, so you can start looking at whether you want to use velocity or it's a good idea. Because this can also be used to argue against velocity, for instance. If you are doing only building new spaceships and maybe time travel, working on that, it's kind of a red zone area, right? So if you have a manager that every sprint comes and discusses velocity with you, I wouldn't find that very comfortable.
okay, and the related question would be, is it okay for a team with a single project to go between the states, or should they stay
The,
or
the,
they should be stable?
I think it's a good idea to realize that this should probably at least go for one sprint, right? Because it also affects planning and grooming and your general mentality towards spikes and research and so on. But if you're heavily focused towards research, you should probably move a little bit to the red area.
Can it rapidly, drastically change between sprint and more dynamic shift?
I'm going for a mostly static. Uh, She's confusing me very much now. So wait a minute. So you stop time? It's time travel invented now? Okay, okay, super. Because she wrote 15 minutes left again. So sorry, but um, if you um, if you just consider where your team are in terms of doing new research and in terms of understanding the problematic areas, then you can also get an idea of what kind of state you're in. And you can use that to say, okay, what kind of people do we need? And you can use that to make up a good combination, so you have a philosophy for continuously improving, no matter if you do a lot of research, because that was our problem. Okay. Any other questions? No? Then I have some bonus slides. Are you hungry? By the way, how many is hungry? Oh, 40% hungry. Okay. Yes. You wanted to say something, but you have problems. Downstairs on the left. All right. Yes, ma'am. All right. So, some reflections on what makes up a team and the different roles, how they can benefit, and so on. There's a couple of slides now, basically covering all the points of interest that I would recommend to kind of nurture and grow in a team. And some of them can be grown more successfully than others. So if we talk about a good product owner, then there's a lot of basically all of the points except for the product vision is something that can be grown out of basically either communication, knowledge sharing with developers and customers and so on, basically just doing a lot of homework on products and learning about it. The top one though, it's a kind of it's a skill. It's also something you can learn via workshops and you can build it and so on, but it's super important to be visionary about the product that we're building. And it's one of the reasons why is that frequently senior management will ask for roadmaps and many other things. And if your product owner doesn't have a very specific idea of how to build the product, he will never be able to create a discussion on what is needed to be built and what should go into that roadmap, which means that it will be senior management deciding everything, which can be a good idea. It's probably a very good idea, but it means that your time frame for readjusting and planning new sprints, completing improvements, all of your planning will be challenged because the vision doesn't carry through to the team. So of course everybody should have a strong vision of the product, but the product owner is probably the most important person in that regard. Scrum Master. I would say the first one is again sort of subtle skill. Is you should never be afraid to do stuff, even when people say you're a little bit crazy. Just agree with them and change stuff anyway. I like the things here a lot. I will just only talk about the micro changes and evolution, because I'm wearing many hats in our company, and I can put on the angry hat and make very drastic changes. But I can also put on my Scrum Master hat and do very small changes. And the times I try to make very big changes, like shuffling teams or doing some, other things, I meet a lot of resistance. Whereas if you focus on microscopic changes all the time, chances are they will just be implemented. And a thing that I probably didn't emphasize so much is that it's super important to be busy about the future. The retrospective, the reason it improved for us was that we always put the perspective to the future. And not the sprint, if it was good or bad, didn't matter so much in the end. We're just asking the question, what do you want next week? Okay, next week. Okay, let's not have any stand-ups. Let's have meaningful planning. Okay, how do we get there? Like the future is always a good way to start a dialogue about good changes that people want. How are we doing with the time? How many is hungry? All right, green light. We go on a little bit more. So, the great team members, I gotta say one thing. You can really do a lot in a Scrum team where you start agreeing on what you want the most. You can make a lot of changes. We have been moving from 1 week to 3 week to 4 week to 2 week sprints. We've been having kickoffs inside sprints, grooming, double time, blah, blah, blah. We've done a lot of things. But all of these things cost a lot of time. And it's very important to have team members who can just, if you don't disturb them, they just push through and work. It's very important. Filling the empty space, if you know about T-shape development and thinking about developers as people who can overlap each other a little bit, is super important. If you don't have that, get started on knowledge sharing very fast. And the last one is, like, if you really have problems with other people or with the project or whatever problems you might have, find a way to share it somehow. Because chances are that the rest of the team will listen, you will improve it, and you don't have to worry about it. It's very simple. We also improved the meetings. And from a very simple improvement mechanic for the meetings was that we have a parking lot. It's super simple. Every time somebody mentions something that we were not supposed to talk about, it's parked. And that means that all of a sudden things go a lot easier. We're still working on duration and frequency. It will always be a hot topic. These are actually from our engineering vision. We should own everything we build, so it should always be ours if we built it. If we took it over from somebody, it's also ours. I'm not gonna argue with you if you think otherwise, but that's kind of my idea. It's important to keep in mind that people are, when you want to do micro changes, there's a good chance that people want something and really also don't want another thing. And you can have many different types of people in a team. And the perfect example of that is we have, I'm not gonna say any names, but we have one person. And actually he's come across that like very angry always. But the thing is, nobody lets him speak, and that's why he's angry. He's not angry about anything. He wanted to say a good thing, but now he's not allowed time, and so he gets more and more angry. So when he finally gets his word, then God forbid that anybody interrupts him, and you know, he's really. And these people exist, so find the key that can activate them. What I do is just I let them speak first, and there's a happy guy right there. And I didn't do anything other than I didn't follow the Scrum round circle, you know, always speak in different patterns and so on. No, in this team, it's a fixed pattern. This guy goes first, then we are happy, right? So it's all about tailoring it to the basic need of the team, which can be very different. Okay, last thing. I know many are hungry now and we only have a few minutes, so just for some fun in the end. Simple goals, they are super good. And I have an expert in simple goals. Right here. This is my dog. It used to belong to grandma and it spent the first 10 years of its life only looking up at grandma while grandma was looking at the dog and patting it. That was all it did. Now it's going to work on a frequent basis and also has a lot more friends. It only has 3 goals in life: maximize food and attention, and just go to sleep otherwise. And you can see it's very successful dog. Thank you guys. Thanks for listening.
think we shall start.
So I just want to inform you, everybody, that we did a mistake in program times. So closing the keynote will be not 5:10, but 4:30. So do not wait, and it's just mistake.
It's not like a huge, huge break afterwards.
Yes, a short break is short break, not 15 minutes break. Thanks.
Good. Welcome. I welcome you because I think here are the people who prefer practicing by doing something. So I will be talking less. Actually, I will be doing less than you. And that's perfect thing I like about workshops. I think we share the passion because by doing, sometimes you can feel more. And as we know, Agile is actually not just techniques or to learn. It's more of a mindset. And I have been struggling with this issue, with these classical project managers in International Project Management Association, where I also work on a board level. And I always struggle to say them that Agile is not only to software development. So in order to deliver the message, I created this workshop. So this workshop is an instrument to show how to apply Scrum techniques. And in a very short workshop format. So in the end of the game, you are welcome to give your contacts, and I will send you the PowerPoint with all the technical clock that you can use in your companies, in your teams, to play the same game. It's as you see, the copyright is free. Yeah. What else? I brought this one. This is a photo from last week. I was playing this game in the World Congress of Project Management in Rotterdam. Before that, the same workshop I've played with very prominent guys in Global Scrum Gathering in Berlin, which is Scrum Conference of Conferences. Shortly, why I do this? I have all this background in these fields like IT service management, because I am the guy who translates what IT actually can deliver to business, and I can translate to business what they shall ask. I will not go through these things, but can you please say, does anybody needs any repetition of Agile principles? No? Yeah, we go over. Let's go to the point, to the game. And the schedule is here. You will also find it on the tables. And my proposal, as we have done with introduction and reminder, get things working. So, what we will also skip is a stand-up meeting or Scrum planning. You know it, right? And actually, let's practice this. What we need is to divide into teams of approximately Scrum size. So, in order to do so, let's do like this. We have team 1, team number 2, 3 rows, team number 3, and you join. You are joining? No? You too? Play with these gentlemen, team number 4, and you are together, team number 5. You will find on the sides tables. So please, choose your table. You can choose in the middle, but go to the tables and find instruction and read it. I give you 1 minute to read it. Have you heard about self-organizing teams? No? So you are free to rearrange your space, move table, do whatsoever to make comfortable working space for you. Can I make recommendation? You just go to the middle. All team, go to the middle. So it's more free in the room then. Good. And do you recall one of the agile things? When you are done, raise your hand. When you are done with the reading. So actually what we will do is we will create children's books. So you bring from this conference something valuable back home. Maybe someone has kids. While you are reading, and maybe someone have finished, when you have finished, you have next task to decide who will be Scrum Master in your team. May I ask, Scrum Masters, raise your hands. So I see. You are Scrum Master? You are Scrum Master? You are? These two teams? It's good if the person knows about rituals, what she needs to be doing. And I can give a hint. The person who is worst in drawing is best for the role of Scrum Master. Have you decided who is Scrum Master? Guys, you know that there is always teams that decide and decide. How you decided? Good, you are Scrum Master. Good. Scrum Masters, I have news for you. You cannot really work on the book. You take care of the teams. That's your role. You take care of the process, take care of the time, take care of resources, planning, whatsoever. What you think you shall be doing. Right? Product owner. Ah, good question. Product owner only one. It's me. There is no product owner in each team. Good? Good, good. We have read. And do you think that we are ready? What? This is a game. So actually, one day, working day, will last only 4 minutes. And now, the first thing to do is to plan. And planning in sprint, in Scrum is easy. You just decide what portion of work you will be doing next sprint, right? Easy. As far as it's easy, I give only 1 minute. Go ahead. Time. 1 minute. Sprint planning. So I hope you understood that on top of the backlog are the most valuable features. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Decision shall be made. If not, it's not my problem. Go ahead. Day starts. Your work. That's easy. They have started. 4 minutes. You do the work. So you actually produce the book according to the tasks that you have decided to do. Do you have tasks? Yeah, perfect. So actually time is flying. You shall be doing. Yes. Not my problem. So you think that planning is more valuable than doing? You think that planning is more valuable than doing? Day is already ongoing. Guys, do you know that day is already ongoing? You have tasks for everyone? Oh, good. You started prototyping. Great. How it goes? You, you are still planning? Do you know that already day is ongoing? Good. Good. Great. Yes? On which feature you are asking about? think it's just have to be exciting. Can you show me your ideas? Or explain them and I can give a hint? Yes. PSA, that's a disclaimer. No animals have been killed. Very easy part. Great. Do you have decided that only one person is working? And, and what the rest are doing? Nothing. Wow. Can you improve something in the next sprint? Questions to product owner. Okay. It's not like strictly fixed. How many pages? It shall cover the story. You have a story. If if your book is I don't know, be creative. Maybe it's a poster book, but then maybe take the big paper. Whatever. Use your creativity. Yes. You we want to be excited by the product. Time of the first day is going out, running out. You feel tired. Your families want to see you. Your families want to see you. Time is out. Hello, day is out. Day is over. Stop working. There is one more thing about game. We use so-called unconditional respect to time. If time is over, we stop working. Okay? Hello? Good. You hear me? What we do next according to the game? We do so-called daily scrum. Okay? Everybody is familiar what is scrum? I see these two teams are familiar, but you are not. Daily scrum is a stand-up. Please stand up. And be efficient. Some of your teams are very big. Only 1 minute to share the status. What did you do? What will you do? And obstacles. Go, 1 minute. I hope that you succeeded to communicate during 1 minute. Everyone had a word. If not, think for the next round. how to make a fit to this 1 minute. Because even in real life, it shall be short and concise. So, next day, 4 minutes for doing work. Okay, how it goes. Hello, please implement this as an advertisement in the book. Hello, please implement this as advertisement in the book. Hello, please implement this as advertisement in the book. Hello, please implement this as advertisement in the book. Hello, please implement this as advertisement in the book, okay? Yes. Additional paper? You can steal from other team if you want. Take from that table and from this one. Hi. Yes?
Here is a story about writing about the books in good, and you gave me about.
Yeah, we are now in the Agile Lithuania, so this is one of the sponsors. It's not a change, it's additional advertisement. How it goes? Hello, I'm product owner. I'm product owner. How it goes? Yeah, very nice. What is your proposal? I think it's fine. How it goes? I'm product owner. Chaotic. Will the book be ready? Good. Okay, that's the most important. Oh, I start to see a book here. Everything is going fine? Good. Hello, I'm product owner. How it goes? Will the book be ready? Yes? Ah, very nice. Thank you. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Guys, factory is closed. Stop working. Unconditional respect to time. Stop working. And turn here, please. 1 second of attention. Please raise your hand who doesn't know what is sprint review or sprint retrospective. Guys, hello. Stop working. Yes, good. You don't know? Very quickly, very shortly, concise. Please listen. Because some people don't know this, so we quickly remind. The sprint review is the moment when team presents actually what is done. And it's very informal, just few, but you invite everybody. How we can do this in this game? It's easy. You just send one person to the left team, one person to the right team. Okay? They send left, right. You are right for them. Now, you are connected. So, you understood the principle? You will do the demo. Someone will come from other groups. One person from that group will come to you, and one person from this group will come to you. And send 2 persons in the opposite direction. Okay? Sprint retrospective is just the thing that you discuss what you want to improve. In again 3 bullet points. What you start doing, what you stop doing, what you continue doing. Easy. That's the concept. Now we just practice it. So please send 2 persons to the next groups to you and start the sprint review demo. 4 minutes to do the demo. Time. You go to that team? Yeah. Very nice. Yeah. It's very colorful. I like it. You have done with the demo? Yeah. The persons who came to see other team demo, think what you can learn and bring back to your teams. You want to join in the middle of the game? Then choose the team which is smallest. And do it in separate, like split. Last minute. If you finished, you can go back to your teams. It's okay. You can even join, but choose small teams and ask, maybe they will have task for you in the next iterations. Not the last. We are in the middle. Here. Yes, absolutely. Are you done with the demo? If any team have done already with the demo, give me a sign. Okay? Last minute. Actually, if you have done with the demo, you can start with retrospective. Yeah. The persons who have observed the demo go back to their teams, and what they do, use your knowledge from what you have learned from other teams to improve the work of your own team. Time. Guys, we finished the demo. Everyone back to their native teams, okay? And do the retrospective. So please discuss what you stop doing, what you start doing, what you continue doing, okay? Easy. 2 minutes for this. And that's your chance to improve things. You really can join. You just have to ask them, interrupt and say, do you have task for me? Last 20 seconds of retrospective. There are two empty tables, so take some paper from there. Yeah. Time. Guys, I hope you have agreed on some good improvements. We go forward. Please now do according to what you have agreed to improve. Next day, not day, but planning, sorry, planning. 1 minute to plan the last sprint. So divide all tasks, all left tasks among participants. Time for planning is over. And you can continue planning, but they have started. Actually, if you continue planning now, you do it on behalf of your working day. Working day have started. 4 minutes. Good. What the percentage of completeness you have? Okay. Confusing. You don't know how much you are ready? Yes. Well, how much you are ready? Yeah, 15. Yeah, the percentage. I'm interested. I'm product owner. Yeah. I don't ask for written report, but you don't have idea how. Oh, that's great. That's great. Thank you. Wow. Ooh. Ouch. Oh. What is the percentage of readiness for you? 80%. Perfect. What is percentage of readiness for you? What is the percentage of readiness for you? How much you are ready of the final delivery? 50%? You better hurry. Hello. What is the percentage of readiness for you? 60, 70. So, according to now is the last sprint, there will be only one sprint. So, okay. It's getting dark. You're feeling tired. You want home. Day is over. Stop working. Day is over. Day is over. Stop working, guys. Guys, hello. Stop working. Hey, stop working. What do we do next? We have only one last. Thank you. Thank you. We have only last day left. So better plan. Last planning session, right? Not it, not a planning, but sorry, that's a stand-up meeting. Daily scrum, daily scrum. Scrum, stand up. 1 minute, go. Share. Okay. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Daily stand-up is over. Now, I hope you understand that during the last 4 minutes, you have to finish everything. Your product have to be 100% ready. The book have to be then later presented. So last day starts 4 minutes. Oh, you are making books sturdy. That's very good because that's one of the requirements. Don't forget that pages have to be together. Yes, it's last day. Last day. There will be no additional time. Do you remember that the book have to be together, all pages? Yeah? Oh, very good. I like this approach. Yes, this is very nice. Last half day or 2 minutes to finish everything. Don't forget book have to be binded together. I have noticed now we are speeding up. Last minute. It's getting a little bit messy with this lamination. Good. Last half minute. Hurry up. You know what? Day is finished. But as always, what we see in the projects, we stay in the evenings and finalize. Day is over. Who is ready? Great, great, great. Ready. And you? Perfect. Everyone is ready. Applause to everyone. And now let's stop the work. The work is over. Now let's little bit share what they achieved, what kind of achievement each team have made. Afterwards, when we do the demo, and then we have some open retrospective. I mean, we all together discuss what we have done well or what could improve. Afterwards, we have also open table to, so everyone could speak. So now, I need a volunteer, first team, to go here and present a book. Please.
So we should do this in English, right?
Yes, please do it in English.
Okay, so this is what you see is the book that was supposed to do. We kind of made all the
Guys,
stories happen.
it's for you,
Backlog,
Elsa.
and it looks really awesome, and we added even some more because we had extra time because we were so awesome and so good at this. So this is the very, very friendly, nice cover with the three bears and the Goldilocks. Around the corners, of course, yes, so the child is safe and we won't get paper cuts and everything. You know. So the first page is already very cool with 3D effects and things in the middle and everything.
Oh
This
my.
also has a long-term game of having a Christmas tree. Yeah, you can put it on any way you want, so it's long-term.
Oh my, Agile.
So then the story starts. The story is written in these little colorful text, so the bear doesn't have to make up his whole story. And there are the three bears, which are very cool. You know, they're happy because they have all the food and the chairs and everything. What happens then? Goldilocks enters the hut of the bears, and she sees it as, you know, in the first-person view. This is all in first-person view. You see food, you see flowers. You know, there are a lot of objects that are the same that you can count and like practice your memory and all colorful. You can guess the colors as well. You can also play, you know, draw the lines with 1, 2, 3, 4 points and so on. The story continues. All is cool here. Everything's awesome. Then you have a little bit more of the story. The child can also learn to read in a sense, you know, because there's more of the story going on here with all these big, big story sticky notes. But then what happens, you know, the one chair is broken, no more food, and Goldilocks gets on the bed. The bears are not happy, they yell, Goldilocks runs away, and the story ends with the author's remarks, with the safety for the animal sign, the fun is always okay. You have the supporters, the advertisement here, and 3 lovely Christmas trees.
Great, great.
All of the corners and all of the, you know, sides of the book are taped with duct tape, so the book is sturdy and will last for a long time.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Next team, please go here. And regarding this small advertisement, before you start, regarding this small advertisement that I gave in the middle of the sprint. Everyone have accepted it. Why have you done it?
You are product owner, we need to follow your, I mean, we did not have a problem.
Really? Nobody have argued with me or even raised a concern. But it's up to you to have a conversation, and please guard your teams. Because as product owner, I went to all teams inside with asking questions and nobody pushed me away. Actually, that's another role of the Scrum Master, the good one. Okay, go ahead with presentation.
Yes, so our team has had a goal to make a perfect book, which would be very popular amongst other books in the bookstores. So we made like the attractive one cover page, which should attract parents' attention. And here you see that this colorful book has like pre-purpose. When you got it into your hands, so you will be able to present how to say, a popular fairy tale in a very modern way because your child will be presented with the fairy tale in the structured way. In the first page, he will be acquainted with the characters, yes, the main ones. That is father bear, mother bear, and the child. And here he can learn how to count, which is very valuable learning skill for the 3 and 5 years old children. Afterwards, he can get acquainted, and I would like to point out that these are like very structured. This is the very structured way. So after he was acquainted with the characters, now he is acquainted with the house where these characters are living, and this is the story where parents don't have to think what to say, but if we have parents who have strong imagination, so we can talk about the house, about the trees, about
Okay.
the blonde. So these are like two in one. Now we go to the another page where she can find that not just numbers are important, but carrots, potatoes, and all the vegetables are also very important. So this is another good lesson. So not just the story, but also learning about healthy food is in this book.
Wrap up your presentation, please.
Sorry?
Wrap up your presentation.
Okay, so the whole book is structured like this. So now now the parents can see yes, we can see that there's some kind of interaction, and also afterwards, this is of course the happy end, colorful pictures, and this is the place for the advertisements where sponsors can put the advertisement, and the whole book is like hardcover, and it will last for a long time. Yeah. What else?
Okay, and now I'm the team. You can reorder our book.
I stopped time. I have control over the time.
Okay, no problem. You can reorder the book in very special price from now. You will get this definitely, and keep updated to our new products.
Yes, and e-version is also available.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you. We are still in the schedule, right? We have 5 minutes, and my proposal is to have more like reflections. We could give also some more teams ability to present, but you understand approximately that I see that team of complete strangers who haven't met before, worked before, during 45 minutes, found a way how to work and produce something which is not software. I find it is astonishing. And I hope that no skeptics about applicability of Agile to non-software development will go outside of this room. So now the next phase, which is also important part of the Scrum, is sprint retrospective. So what I propose is to do it openly, not like per team, but openly. So maybe who has to say what you have learned, what you have improved during, for example, when you sent someone to other teams and they came back. Have they brought something? Have you changed the way you're working? So please go ahead, and who has something to say? Please say.
Yeah, something. What I found is that it's easier to manage a small team and motivate a small team, but it's harder to get all things done because you don't have as many people. So I found that interesting.
Yes, absolutely. And that also comes about the role of Scrum Master in the smaller teams. I think Scrum Masters gets the need to do something also. Have you felt that? Or you did stuff?
No.
No.
What I really wanted to.
Nothing wrong with allowing this to happen. But you need to understand that in real big projects, it's important that you focus on taking care of the team instead of doing stuff. But in smaller teams, you might take this and do some tasks. Anyone else, please?
My experience is that sometimes it's difficult not to do being as a Scrum Master, not to take and do, because you see everyone do something and you want to help to do something, and it's difficult not to do.
Yes?
Need your hands right here. For me it was difficult. I wanted to do something.
Why is important to still understand that you are focused on the taking care of the team and the process? Why it's important?
You need to see the picture about everything, about everyone. And when you do something, you can do it.
If Scrum Master gets into doing, it's so easy to forget about taking care of everyone, taking care of the process, and the process goes uncontrolled. That's easy. Yeah. Okay. Someone else? From your team. How it was?
Strange. That's good, strange.
Okay. What was strange?
Program was so fast. We missed first sprint because we didn't do planning at all. First planning, this means we missed first sprint. So this means we didn't have time to finish full finish.
Okay.
Struggle maybe in communication between each other, and this was the mistake.
Later on started to work because it was a team.
Sometimes when you do this, you shape the team first. You do something to shape the team, and you have to do that first.
Exactly. In traditional project management, they call it kickoff or team building. Sometimes in Russia, they do it with a lot of vodka. And that, but and in Scandinavian and Baltic countries, I think beer works perfect. So when you start a project, even the small one, maybe that's a good idea to start with a beer. Yes, yes. That's. I have several versions of this game. The longer ones takes a lot of beer and drinks, and they are part of the official PMBOK trainings. But seriously, I also do, for example, teach project management through building pyramids out of Lego. during full day. That's a very interesting simulation. From your team.
So every person takes the role of he or she can do the best. But first planning goes so is very good. So we can do how we do it fast. Let's say something special.
Mhm.
I think the key driver was every our team member was self-motivated and willing to contribute and do as much as possible. Again, we felt as a team, and initially we had a challenge really to organize our work, to distribute, to understand, and we felt it was lack of time for planning. It was really, on a short notice to do. And first sprints also did not produce that a lot. But due to your team's motivate, I think really the right motivation and willingness to work, contribute and work as a team, we managed to probably already see each other's strengths and distribute the task ideally, put it together
Mhm.
in this way.
Yes, and I think also in all projects, the first plannings are not as speedy as next ones. Important that you have a progression.
Yeah, it was really interesting because we started with what just being messed up, nobody knew what to do. And then we just started doing something. We just started taking stories and doing something. And then we came up with ideas how to combine them all to make the book. And we started actually make pages somewhere in the second sprint. So we had prepared some things and I was like, it's very like in the hand, like you can see something interesting. Another thing was it's just always hard to not delegate things. You do that and you do that. You do something yourself. So you have to like try and like help people take the task, and that's hard. So yeah.
Good. I would like to thank you for this brilliant contribution, for your creativity. I hope that you haven't slept after lunch and you have something valuable to bring to your home now. Thank you. Thank
We are members of Generation Y.
Shall we start? Hello, everyone. By the way, in this audience, are there many people who don't understand Lithuanian? Should we speak in Lithuanian or in English? English. Okay. So today we talk more about more fun stuff. I mean, software projects are of course very fun and very interesting, but boys, they tend to play with soldiers in their childhood years, and yeah, and war and battlefields are of course also a very interesting topic, at least for boys. So remember this very episode from South Park with Underpants Gnomes? We had a business plan. It's a slightly modified business plan, it's the same one. We have resources, we have competence, but you know what's missing here? I mean, what's hidden behind this question mark? We have resources, we have skills, we need success. So one thing which is missing, to my mind, is motivation. Let's say there are two competing teams on the similar goals and similar resources and skills, but my bet would be that the winning team will be the one with better motivation. That's sort of Captain Obvious, right? IT professionals, they can do so much more when they have the right drive. Motivated developers, they just overcome all odds and they just deliver, overcoming so impossible impediments, which seems. So motivated teams win, demotivated teams, they're just happy to accept defeat. What hardships IT people can overcome, I think we all here from IT background. I think it's similar experience for many of us. I very much remember my own times when I had very motivated teams, so we could work 8 hours a day, or whatever hours a day. We could work 36 hours straight, skipping lunch, skipping pizza, skipping dates, skipping bathing. And still we used to perform best code, best quality, best performance, and we still felt very much excited. So I think I'm not the only one like this. A lot of people had the same experience, at least in this room. Motivating environments are hard to create. It's easy to destroy. Remember the Agile gods? Some times ago, they gave us their Agile commandments. And one of these commandments, or actually 3 of these commandments, they circles around motivation. Motivated individuals, trusting job done, and having self-organized teams. Scrum, in my mind, is particularly efficient because it intentionally creates an environment where working conditions, where motivation is at the core of their process. Daily stand-ups and Scrum boards will increase peer pressure. So I know that people see what I did or what I haven't done, and I see what others do, and so we compete to be best. We solve problems at daily stand-ups. We have assaying, grooming, and estimations. And we often say, we as a team decide, right? So this is the very core of what I understand self-organizing teams. There's no one telling me, no one telling anyone what to do, who's doing what. We as a team decide. We as a team think that you're the best guy to communicate with customer, for instance. And that's the point about trusting work done. We have backlog, and we know that motivated people will do a job in best possible manner. And there is a hard evidence that Scrum teams succeed, win, and others don't. So these practices are working. There is very hard evidence for it. You know, IT industry was, for at least last 3 decades, it was a bit special. There's universal shortage of engineers, and it's globally. And salaries are okay. There's a lot of jobs to choose from if you're a good IT specialist. No one is actually forced to work for something which they don't like. So mean management is more or less extinct. Everyone learns at least to respect software developers. So yeah, IT people are sort of exception in our economy. I'm not offended by this picture because I'm myself a developer, and yeah, I'm proud developer. But it's pretty much like outsiders can see us. So if we think that we have found something in this agile way of doing, agile thing, agile management, agile way of organizing things, so it's, well, human psychology, human sociology is the same everywhere. Probably the same practices should be applicable in vast areas outside IT, right? Like ballet, for instance. Can we get some inspiration or can we apply Scrum methods to ballet? You know, Arnie, if you've seen the movie, Pumping Iron, he was very much trying to get more inspiration from ballet. He was training. And if Arnie was able to draw some inspiration from a field which is vastly different to bodybuilding, why shouldn't we be looking outside the box? But really, I'm kidding. Ballet may be interesting for Arnie, but for me, war is more interesting. War, artillery, infantry, you know, environment where many peoples die in large quantities in very short time, and we kill other peoples in large quantity, in a short time. So can we take something, can we draw some inspiration from battlefield? That's what my presentation from now on is focusing about. When I see puzzle faces, when I say what I'm about to talk about, a lot of people say, okay, but war is totally different, and we should probably focus a bit more on IT, software development, perhaps, maybe. But you know, there's medieval Chinese war genius or war authority, and this book is constantly in top list of for business executives. So if business people, if business executives, sales people, and I don't know, chief financial officers, they know they have something to learn from Sun Tzu, then probably contemporary battlefield experience or battlefield best practices can be used for software guys, IT guys. You know, American soldiers in Afghanistan, even though they have these space-age modern military technologies, they still find something to learn even from the enemy, from the Taliban. If those NATO soldiers have something to learn from medieval, you know, desert people, and if business executives can learn something from medieval Chinese warfare, I think we can learn something from World War I. Some of the commandments which Agile gods gave us was about iterations, right? They pretty much said, do things iteratively. And yeah, in World War I, this principle wasn't always followed. There was in Western Front, when France was fighting against Germans, there was this Nivelle offensive. It was a battle, protracted battle. It was planned in waterfall manner. And they planned, well, to have 10,000 people killed on French side and have a crucial breakthrough. In fact, there was 187,000 people killed, and it wasn't because Germany used better weapons or anything, but it was probably a planning problem. French cannons were shooting in their own troops for a long time, for weeks, and they didn't just stop. They didn't pull a plug after 10,000, 20,000, after 100,000. And the general who planned this offensive, he was about to continue. Luckily, afterwards, and well, in general, military has learned from these mistakes. Universally, armies try to be very adaptive to the situation, and especially in the battlefield, of course, and they typically develop their offensive step by step. They take this objective, if they fail, they retreat, they try other ways. And they change the tactical plans according to the situation. This is why US Army is not new to the idea of iterative software development. US Army, for instance, they apply incremental development model in software. This is excerpt from Department of Defense standard document, which says that software should be produced in iterative, incremental fashion. Right? And remember that this was in 1985. Agile and Scrum wasn't heard about it. So military people, they do things in iterations, and we find there's value in it. Now let's look if we can find something else, some more similarities between IT and military. What is demotivating for IT people is boring assignment, boring project, team which is not very funny, or a paper jam at printer machine. I mean, all these things can create hell in your working place. But then you contrast it with what you have on frontline. A bad day can be a bit worse, slightly. You sleep in freezing mud. You don't have hygiene too much. Your colleagues are killed, wounded. There's pain. You can be killed. And yeah, if day is really bad, you can end up in firing squad, in wrong side of firing squad. So the environments, at least, are different, right? Also not a brainer. But the motivation, despite such working environment, motivation is still there. At least in First World War I and afterwards and before it, British Army was composed from volunteers initially. So we had so many people willing to die in battlefields that we can choose from. And of course, the people are volunteers. They were willing to go to an environment like this and participate in such projects. Of course, when war wasn't going as expected, they had people drafted, recruited, but still motivation is there in the army. So that's the second similarity between IT and army, that army people, or military people, and IT people, they pretty much know the value of motivation. Guerrilla armies or guerrilla groups, they are made up only from volunteers. They made up from people who know the risks and hardships, but they still go on. They still join armies, and they still still stay. And guerrilla armies are made up only from very motivated people, because if you're not motivated, you stay home. So only motivated stays. So that's the third similarity between military and software, right? If you're fast team, if you have fast teams who move fast, adapt, then there's agile, both in software, both in military. But you know, in the last 300 years, a lot of insurgents, a lot of guerrillas, they followed the same pattern. First, they were very small, self-organized, highly motivated teams, pretty much Scrum teams, right? And when they all died and lost the battle, or they won and they grew in size, they won again. And if they are not killed, all of them, eventually they reach the size of really a large military force, professional. Like American War of Independence, initially it was small insurgent groups from farmers, and then they developed into the biggest military might, what we see now. Processes, structure, everything is very different between farmer gangs and the armies. In each case, small agile guerrilla teams, they evolve into what is known a proper way to run military. They turn from small democratic gangs into disciplined military units. And you can no longer argue with your boss, you cannot longer vote for your sergeant in proper army. And this is because the principle of army is immediate obedience to orders. You swear that you will follow the orders, and there's very strict subordination, there's very strict discipline. No one's caring about your opinions, and your civil rights are a bit restricted. Actually, when you start an army, you start with humiliation. At your training, they start by telling you that you should obey wherever law you get. And sometimes we can see what goes wrong when there's no more officers. This is Russian paratroopers having fun. They have one day off, then the paratrooper days, and yeah, there's you should be staying indoors on that day. If self-organizing teams, if these soldiers would self-organize and would get weapons, it would get out of hand, probably. So probably, or the common knowledge is that large military force which can win battles doesn't mix with self-organizing teams. You have to go top-down hierarchy and so on. But luckily, we can look back at history 100 years ago, and we could see, we could look at experiment which was happening for large military forces and who tried to be self-organized. I need to start with a disclaimer before I proceed, because every time I talk about these things, guys come back to me with the same question: are you Latvian? No, I'm not. We must agree, I'm not related to Latvians. I don't know much Latvians. I'm totally unbiased towards them. I analyze this one just to get inspiration about team psychology in quite opposite fields of business. And there's another disclaimer. I'm really not lefty. I'm not really about communists or such things. I'm very happy that communism is gone, finally. Again, this is just to draw some inspiration. With these disclaimers done, here's what we talk about. World War I. The mission of World War I was not to kill other king or other emperor. Actually, 3 of these guys were cousins. We were good cousins. We met often. We were on good terms. We had very strange facial hairs. But they went into this fight, they went into these bloody battles to maximize their honor. And if you would be participant in World War I project, so to say, your mission was to die, so these guys get more honor. Yeah, it was okay, it was just like this. So here what was happening from Russian side, from Russian Empire side. We allocated here, approximately, right? So a front line was here. Germans have pushed Russians, finally we have pushed Russians far away. Millions were killed, were huge casualties, and people started questioning, is it the right price to pay for honor? And if you look at problems which was faced by 1917, these all things will remind me of waterfall project which was gone wrong, or software project which gone wrong. All deadlines were missed. It should be over by Christmas, but it wasn't. It was going on, and there was no chance of winning. It's losing more and more. Actually, the Tsar has abducted from throne. There was a new government, but the government wasn't much respected. It was nationwide house. I've seen quite some projects which were in pretty similar situation. But what people did then, back in 1917, they decided to give more, to take more democracy. So they have organized people councils everywhere, in every factory, in every village, everywhere. And these councils should be to decide everything. And because soldiers were also people, it turned out, so soldiers were also given right to form councils, military councils. If you see, not all soldiers have been socialist, even though there's a council of soldiers, this slogan, it actually says, "Screw Lenin." Right, so it was very much self-organization. And you know what happens when soldiers in front line, they have a chance to vote. Let's vote. Who wants to go and attack this fortified position, machine guns, and who wants to go home? And actually, almost of them voted go home. And probably this is the reason why military people, they don't like this democracy thing in the environment at least. Enemy pushed forward. Yeah, and it was very, very close to Germany taking whole of Russian Empire. But not all units have disorganized, even though Latvians were pushed, Latvian national formations were pushed completely from Latvia far away. They still stayed organized. They still stayed organized and they still stayed within their own battle formations. They had been war refugees. We were aliens because we were staying in Russia and they were Latvians. They were literate. 100% or close to 100% of Latvians could read and write. And that was, that was a strange thing in Russian Empire. They had this battle experience for 4 years and they were all volunteers, we were brave in arms. Initially it was 11,000, but more and more joined. Eventually up to 24,000 people joined Latvian divisions. And when we were first in market, I mean, they were the first army formation, army group in Soviet division, in Soviet military force. The first commander-in-chief, the first person who was commanding Soviet troops was actually Latvian. And they were most disciplined people. Remember the paratroopers bathing in the pool? So Latvians weren't following this pattern. They were actually guarding Kremlin. They were bodyguards of Lenin, pretty much. Moscow patrol was about 1/5 of military people in Moscow was Latvians by that time. Also, Latvians have created Gulag. It's first in market. I mean, when you first in market, you get all the best things, right? Now, how was it working for Latvians, right? This is a map of battlefields in 1918, and the blue dots, they mark pretty much the battles where Latvian troops were fighting for. It was civil war between Reds and Whites. Reds was Soviets and Whites were not. And Latvian took part in major battles. To give more context about what's going on back there in Civil War, this funny guy, smiling guy, is Trotsky. He developed the Soviet military doctrine. And the Soviet military doctrine was that you bid everything on death penalty, and when you have hostages. I mean, your officers should have their families as a hostage. So if officer is not performing, you shoot his wife. And only 16% of Soviet troops were actually volunteers. The rest was pretty much forced into it. It wasn't very much Scrum. It wasn't very much Agile, right? Not very much self-organized. It was mostly like running a prison. I'm not certain if it was waterfallic. It was more like human waves. So we attacked wave after waves until we won. But Latvians had a special exception because we were first. Because all of them were volunteers. We were all ruled by democratic councils. I mean, each soldier voted about the officers, they voted about battle plans, and they voted about pretty much everything. They didn't use a lot of Soviet bullshit, and is it a big thing? It turns it is. I was preparing this presentation together with people from military, professional officers, and we say they cannot believe, in the military career, they cannot believe that army unit can run itself, that soldier can have a say about officer, and that soldiers are able to vote about who's their officers. So it's a big thing. The next thing that army people ask when they learn this fact, they say that, okay, but was it any success? I mean, how long did it last? It lasted for 1.5 years. This battle formation, this principle, was applicable for 24,000 people. We were running in pretty much self-organized fashion. And you've seen the map, and We've been battle tested. So Latvian team was first to get the military award. They never surrendered. It's not really so. There's small asterisk here. They surrendered once. But usually no, we just committed suicide. In battles, I think that is, that shows motivation. I'm not certain if that's applicable for software though, but it's we were motivated. We were very innovative, very maneuverable. Because we were agile, there was a lot of people thinking about battle plans, about fronts, so they were very innovative. They come up with a lot of new things. They didn't kill prisoners, or at least there is one documented, this also asterisk. There's one documented event when, the front line changed, some city changed hands several times. And this capitalist army, they had to withdraw very quickly, and so we left the wounded friends because they couldn't take them with them. So the Latvians took over the town, and then they were pushed back again. And it was a very big surprise for the white army, for the opponents, that the wounded prisoners were not killed. They were not mutilated, they were not raped. I mean, they were stayed just where we were located. In Russian Civil War, it was a very big exception. And we know it's not propaganda because it's actually documented evidence from the enemy, not from Latvians themselves. We had very good military reputation as well. Actually, eventually all non-Russians started being called Latvians at that time. Also, we were participating in firing squad because we were motivated, we did everything we were told to, but not always. Soviets have executed the Tsar family, and it was supposed to be Latvian team who was about to pull the trigger, but it wasn't. Latvians, they decided they want to do something else. No one knows how it was exactly, but at least that's the standing theory. Oh yeah, there's more documented evidence about their reputation, about how this team of self-organized large team performed. Here's a decree of this guy. I don't know if you still remember him. Funny guy, funny beard. Here, this is one of his decrees. He says that, okay, 400 people must go together with Stalin, and 100 of them must be Latvians. There's more. There's actually a lot of documented evidence. There was inspection at one segment of front, and here's the report from this inspection document. There's been a lot of things. I'm not really fond of Latvians. I'm not really fond of Bolsheviks, Soviets. So I think we're safe now to say that motivated adults can self-organize. If they're motivated, they can self-organize. 24,000 people in very critical environment, in a situation where they've been shot at, that they are shooting themselves, they get killed, we can self-organize and we can drive. So even though it's not in most modern military doctrines, right? The officers must be appointed. You cannot elect your officers. Still, this is possible. And how did it end? They won war for Soviets. Actually, it didn't last long. A year and a half afterwards, when the war was almost won, Soviets have reorganized them into traditional waterfall manner or prison manner. But after winning the war, 11,000 of them troops, the ones who returned, they got back to Latvia. Actually, some stayed, but most of them died later on. They created regime and they died from it in the same gulags that we were creating. Remember this guy from South Park, Stan Marsh? At the end of most of the episode, he stands up and says, You see, I learned something today. So what we learned today, I hope, is that Arnie was taking ballet practices. And if that was inspirational for him, then probably we can also have some inspiration outside traditional software world. We also learned that Department of Defense knows value of iterative development. We learned that we can trust people to self-organize themselves. And we learned that sometimes the result we didn't like. Anyway, it's my belief that if 24,000 people could run themselves properly and deliver best results, probably we can also trust work to software developers. If they know goals, if they motivated people, they can do stuff. So good luck in your trenches. Thanks. That's it. If you have any more questions, I could help.
It's hard to do a retrospective when you're dead.
Yeah. Yeah. Good point. Okay, thank you. Any more? Yeah, it was a very clear presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Solus. Nice to see you here. So, I'm not sleepy after lunch anymore. Some time has passed. Okay, so I hope you will keep awake the whole 45 minutes or maybe slightly less. And today I'm here to talk about our experience with Kanban. And not only Kanban, actually we have used different practices, but probably Kanban is the most visible. As whenever you come in, typically in an agile software development company, what you see a lot of sticky notes on the wall. We have them too. So before starting, I would like you to watch this short clip. So what do you think? Is it agile? Yes or no? Who thinks no? Raise your hand. Who thinks yes? Okay, majority no. And why do you think so? Could someone tell? Okay, that's a good one. Okay, but if we are not using the term agile per se, but if we're talking about the principle itself of lean manufacturing, is it so or not?
Design is not changing. It's already fixed design, so that's not agile. Agile is changing compliance, but climate plans.
Okay, okay. Any other opinions?
As in lines not stopped for standard meetings, I think.
Line not, but the workers, I'm sure they do. Okay, so my opinion that is actually agile, and this is for a reason actually. So if we look where did agile came from actually, not from Agile Manifesto. I'm not talking about this one, but the whole concept of lean manufacturing, it came back to actually interesting to Ford factories 100 years ago. So the whole paradigm of just-in-time delivery has been developed by Japanese car makers who have adapted the best practices at the time, and those practices at the time, meaning after World War II, were at American car factories, they copied them and improved. And this is nothing new to the other industries, and actually this is only somewhat new to the software development industry. And actually, I think it is very agile, And why? Because I have been myself to the BMW factory in Munich, where they produce Model 3 BMWs, and they said that on average there are 2 to 3 identical cars per year that are produced. Only so much, so many. Every single car is different online. Here you could also see the same, either different color, either different engine, and they had hundreds of parameters you could choose. When you choose the car, you can choose the color, you can choose the color of interior, very, very many different configurations, and all the parts to the assembly line, they are supplied just for that specific car. That means that every single car has different components that are logistically delivered just in time for that specific car. So this is why I think this is agile. And as software industry actually is lagging behind automotive industry about 30 to 40 years. So we are just learning from the manufacturing industry here. And luckily we do that pretty well. And I will just be using this car manufacturing sample all over the presentation to get a better idea of what I'm talking about, because software itself is very, and the process itself is very invisible. So in software terms, basically what we should be focusing when we talk about agile is minimal waste, which translates into minimal delays everywhere in the process, be it response time from the customer, be it feedback, be it response time from the development company to the customers. This is the most critical and luckily probably the only thing you have to think about. Okay, maybe not the only, but the most important. And also, what other things besides that? So you should minimize, of course, unneeded features, rework, and delays for time to market. How long does it take to deliver the feature to the market? So getting back to 1997, try to find me in this picture if you can. I was a part of a young, ambitious team that was working on a product called Magic Diagrams. Okay, so that name probably doesn't tell much. Now this thing is known as Magic Draw, and it's one of the top ML tools worldwide. And at the time, of course, we were trained to use both UML and slightly modified waterfall process, and we have to deliver the first version. So of course, according to the books, we did produce a lot of documentation, as they called rock solid software design document, rock solid functional specification. Then after 2 months, we started to develop actual source code. And after some 8 months, we had the first version that actually worked, was usable. They had full documentation, more or less intact, but had one slight problem. It was really not very extendable. So we have delivered, we calculated pretty much right, or we're lucky, I don't know. But as this was supposed to be a product, which should have been developed for many more iterations, it had to be thrown out. So effectively what we had only was a good prototype. So we were then paying more attention to the process and said, okay, this waterfall thing doesn't really work. And as we built tool for UML, also we had to eat our own lunch. That means to use UML. And we were keen to try out our own tool. How does it perform? So we used UML extensively and also implemented RAP. Why not Agile? Good question. It was back 1999. Agile was not known as a term, of course, but there was some practices like extreme programming or XP, not to be confused with extreme coding. So we were also looking at them, but the management was pressing that we have to use UML, and there was nothing about UML in extreme programming, and we had to also have at least some documentation, so we were more or less forced to choose REP, so we did. And then we tried to produce also documentation, which was not so extensive, but still quite an overhead for that product. Product was actually selling pretty good, and we had a growth of maybe 800% in 2001 and 250% in 2002. And what happened was that we kept a feature wish list, which is in agile terms would be called backlog, and we couldn't keep with the demands coming because we were new tool to the market. We had to deliver features ahead of competition. The market itself was very dynamic at the time. UML was very new and fashionable, so we had to deliver new version of UML as it came out ahead of competition. We also had to deliver new features to stay ahead of competition. So the pressure was high. Time to market should be very short, and RAP in itself wasn't really fit for that purpose. So, and also developers started to look somehow suspicious to this all the UML diagrams that should cover everything, and actually back then there was not much to document, as basically the tool that we were building was very GUI intensive editor. So the data model was quite stable, and you would need not to document much besides adapting new version and so on. So we quietly started to look for XP practices and applying that one by one, doing code reviews, doing closeouts at the end of the sprint. So we were iterative, but we were not really within the iteration, not very flexible. And time to market for the feature sometimes was 6 months, sometimes 2 years. And as we have adopted Agile, as we would call it in today's terms, actually things have improved and we became more flexible. And I think that was one of the reasons why this product actually came out to the market and has a position that it has now. So basically what we have learned that, yeah, Agile works. Agile works for product development, and ultimately actually there was very little left out on the surface from that rep, and more or less it was Agile process. Okay, so we have assembly line where everyone delivers everything just in time and the new version is produced or new iteration is produced. Another story. So now I'm in another business, at least from the model perspective. So it's custom software development. So the company I work for is a supplier of enterprise mobile solutions. We have started the company 7 years ago. And in the very beginning, we didn't use any process at all, as the projects were not very big. Occasionally we used UML, but there was not so much effort needed to run the smaller projects. But as the company grew, actually we saw that we couldn't handle all the work we have. So as we have reached 10 developers and we had a couple of project leaders, we saw that we cannot do this anymore. And it was 2 years ago. So we sent our core team here to Vilnius to Agile conference. And of course I knew that Agile worked, so we had to learn on and apply the best practices. And at the time we had about 50% of the work that we have done on support and maintenance projects. That means that all the requests from the customers came in ad hoc manner. Anytime, most of them was urgent. So we have to manage that somehow. And after discussion, we choose Kanban as one of the first tools to adapt for this process. And it worked quite well, actually. So we had This was our initial Kanban actually. Now it is not used anymore. Also, I will tell about it. We put all the projects here on the left-hand side, and here are the stages. Actually, the process ran pretty smoothly. People knew, even if the project manager was absent for a day or two, what to do, what to work on. And then what happened? So we grew more. And then as we had 15 developers on larger projects, larger meaning project of 5 to 6 people, it didn't work anymore for some reason. So then we started to ask ourselves, also we have done a lot of closeouts, of a lot of analysis of what may go wrong, and we came to the conclusion actually that we are not doing all the agile practices. And what does it mean? Okay, we had Kanban, we had internal training sessions, we had closeouts, we even had stand-up meetings. So why didn't it work? And summarizing all the feedback that we got, basically we came to the conclusion that we cannot be agile on our own. And basically what happens is that whenever you are agile, you can work like that factory. If you produce all the parts for yourself. But once there's a third party coming into the chain becomes just-in-time supply chain. That means that you are very dependent on whoever you work with. Is it your customer, your supplier, the partners of the customer? So any party basically can impact you, and sometimes in very unpredictable ways. Let's look at manufacturing back again. And this is analysis of Great Japan earthquake that took place 3 years ago. Probably everyone knows Fukushima name. So it has been also caused by that. And what happened actually is that not only Japan suffered, and as you can see, industries in other countries like Thailand, Philippines, suffered even as much as Japanese industries. Why? Because they have been part of the same supply chain. And the same happens in software development. It's everything interconnected. You cannot just work on your own. Unless you do software projects or products for yourself, then yeah, that's doable. And actually, the first example that I gave was probably the perfect example. And we see here in this conference a lot of sessions where they say how Agile works for product development. Of course, it works easier because typically you are not dependent as much on the other parties. And in outsourcing, basically, you're becoming part of some bigger or smaller supply chain. And it happens everywhere, not only in software development, not only in manufacturing industry. If we look at aviation industry, let's say Boeing 787, also that was first Boeing project where they did outsource a lot of supply chain to their partners, and it caused enormous delays. It caused quality problems, and because you cannot predict everything. So I'm sure they will manage that, but this means that it's very hard to manage whenever you have many partners that you cannot directly influence. So you have to look for other ways how to work with them and how to make the process work. And getting back to the software, again, what should you look for externally is the same thing, delays. Delays that should be avoided. So I checked what does manufacturing industry actually offer when they say how to manage risks of supply chain. And these are 4 things, basically, that apply directly to the software, more or less. That is long-term relationships. What does that mean? Know your partners. How are they working? And they should know you, how you are working, what to expect. Also have some discipline for the specific procedures. Although in Agile they say, yes, focus on collaboration, but not procedures. But then how can you collaborate if you're not talking in advance what are you going to do? So this all boils down to the communication and discussion how you will work rather on what you will produce or how much it will cost. So this is probably the major difference in the contract per se. Let's say if you are working with customer in an agile way, is that you should be focusing much less on scope, much less on other parameters. You should talk about that, of course, how we'll manage. But the most important thing is to focus on process. And also build more inventory. So what's more inventory in the software development case? If you are a software development company, it's typically more projects. So that if your assembly line stops for some reason, you cannot produce more software, what do? You take on another project. Of course, it's a very good idea to have customers in line. So it's a good job for sales. And sales will be happy to hear that. But I think it's doable. And actually, if you say you are agile, then that should be easier to get. Who knows what the smell in refactoring stands for? Is there any developers? Anyone who does code refactoring? Sometimes. So what's the code smell and what's the architecture smell? Right. Okay. So you have won the major prize for the presentation, Apollo like mine. You can collect that afterwards. And so that's the correct answer. So these are smells for process, for places that are potentially dangerous and places that you have to look at whenever you work with Agile. So these are compiled from our experience, as we have done multiple projects in different environments, different setups. So this is experience that probably might be useful to you. So I will go shortly and explain what to look for. First group is for ensuring optimal flow. That means of how you are collaborating with your partners. The toughest part probably in any software project, integrations. Especially when you have to integrate with someone else's system, right? And supposedly they should run like 1, 2, 3 iterations you have done. Unfortunately, it happens more like this. And my experience is that all the advices like to have web services frozen, well documented, mocked up, they work about 90–95% of the time, if you are lucky, of course. But then remaining 5 to 10% takes remaining 90% of the time. So what to do? Actually, I think there is no other way than just have them to develop in parallel and have the two teams that, let's say, the one that is producing web services and another that is producing client for web services should be communicating during the process. Because if it's agile process and if we are doing integration, of course not to some system that is already used and well documented and is stable. I'm talking about more complex case when the systems are developed in parallel, and that's very typical. Customer says, okay, don't worry. In 2 months, we will have web services fully implemented. This is the spec, and whenever you will need, you can use them. So what happens actually is that if they are there, sometimes they are not there yet, then you will have all those pieces missing or something is slightly different. So the best recipe is actually to have developers working with each other, knowing what's happening. And this is, again, about closed, short feedback loop and short delays. You are a subcontractor. Yeah, so that happens, and actually sometimes even so that end customer doesn't even know that you are there. They are working with contractor, right? Contractor is pretending that they are doing all the work. They also outsourced some pieces of the work. And then what happens, we had such projects, is that you work with the customer, even customer might work in kind of agile way. So you produce iteration 1, iteration 2, it got accepted by contractor, and then they say, okay, in 2 more weeks, we're going to see the customer. And then we will have more feedback about version, about first iteration, about second iteration, and then you are well into third or even fourth iteration, and then you get feedback from the customer that something is not good or not enough in first iteration, so you go back to the first, and this is not agile anymore. What you should do? So avoid situations where you are not you are hidden from the customer. So try to do your best to at least get in touch with customer, even maybe under the name of a contractor, but you still have to be face to face to the customer just to explain or get information so that you avoid situations of getting into the Chinese whisper. Who knows what that stands for? I have one more follow. Did anyone hear? Yeah, but yeah, exactly. Okay, but how do you call that in Lithuanian? Bingo. So you have to, or you can share. Yeah, sugedas telefonas. Basically, that's the situation you are getting. So try to get in touch, whatever it takes, whatever it costs, in contact with the customer. It really helps. Otherwise, you have communication loop, which might be 6 weeks, 4 weeks, whatever. And third party in general. So sometimes you start working for the customer and then all of a sudden learn that there's a third party that you don't know anything about them that will be producing web services for you. Again, you should get in touch with them, discuss how they are working, talk about how you are working so that you are on the same page and you could deliver work that is in sync. Strangers in the night. So this is about actually the real story from our experience. Okay, we made a deal with the customer, which I don't recommend repeating, so that customer people were working on our project. But the tough part was, of course, that they were sitting in their office, we are sitting in our office, and they typically had some more important tasks to do. Sometimes they could not respond for a week or so. And also you have all that customer-supplier relationship where you could not really manage customers, people per se. So I would say that it's best to avoid. And unless you know customer for a very long time, unless you know people, how they are working and so on, then might be the case. But in general, this is the pitfall that we have done, and I would rather not repeat it. Customers' priorities. Sometimes we stumble to that okay, customer is collaborative and so on, but sometimes you just cannot get the correct answer like, okay, I didn't have time to look at it, or yeah, we looked, but we couldn't decide. So we need maybe 1 or 2 weeks after the next board meeting to decide how we proceed further. What does that mean to you? Your production assembly line just stopped. You wait, okay, you may have some some extra work to do, but typically it's not smooth, it's a delay. So the advice here is to educate the customer and have a good rapport with them so that he understands that this is what costs to you, time and delays. And also that it's okay. Even if it's not in the contract, the customer has to understand that you have a top level of specialists that are paid to do the job, and again, it's not fair after all, if they just keep waiting. Now, about the contract, the interesting part. So, Agile Manifesto says focus on agreement, but not on the contract. Focus on mutual understanding. And the smells to avoid is actually if customer is focusing on price, on terms, but says, okay, everything we will just, yeah, we are people, we know each other, we can reach an agreement to that. So it's very important, my experience is that if you work more on agreeing of how you're going to work with the customer, preferably in multiple iterations, the less problems you will have whenever the project runs. Because you will get to these questions earlier or later. And what does Agile say about failing? When you should fail? Early, yeah, exactly. So do that early, early. So solve all the problems before they arise, including the process questions. Another, yeah, maybe ironic, but it happens. I met customers like these, is that they talk a lot about Agile. They look very Agile, actually. They also know a lot about Agile. They say that also we are looking for Agile suppliers. And what happens is that they do not necessarily work in that way, even if they know how to do that, but their internal kitchen is not so agile. And as you would be going to integrate your process with these customers, you better know what's happening in their kitchen. So try to test the customer. Just look how are they working, if possible, of course, or find a way how to do that. Homework. Okay, so what's happening at the company and what should you look after? Getting back to Kanban. So, as I said, the Kanban is not used right now. There's a reason for that. After we have started to use it, we got more and more projects, and it simply could not fit in the single place. Also, it was hanging in one of the rooms, and developers from the other rooms have to come in, go out. We didn't hang it for a reason on a hallway, so it was not really practical. And the project manager decided that okay, we will have Kanban for every larger project. And that worked fine for them. But for the company, not really, because then you always have holes, as we call it, in the resources, that someone is idle, someone is overloaded in a company scope, not in a project. In a project, it evens out very well, but on a company scope, actually doesn't even out so well. So we have weekly project leader meetings, but then you are late maybe 2, 3, 4 days. So it doesn't work that way. So we decided to use electronic Kanban board, which is not that nice or gratifying that you just take some note and put it on the other place. But still, it at least is closer to whatever company-wide Kanban should be. But still, I could not say that we have found a very good working plugin for that. So we are using Redmine, and there is a plugin for that. So we are using that, but I think there are more solutions for that out there. People. And Agile is a teamwork. So some people are very strong performance. We have them too. However, when they are working for a team, they focus on their individual performance. Put that in the first place, anyhow. And what to do? So it's not easy or not possible to change the people, so we try to migrate people from one project to another. As typically they are actually very good developers, they can advise other people, other projects whenever they stumble. So this is advice that you could also utilize. Expectations regarding the process or Kanban implementation. So as I said, after 1 year of using Kanban, actually what happened was that we found that it's no longer suits us, and well, we had very high hopes that okay, we have a process, we have implemented it, it will be easy because everyone says okay, there will be less documentation, there will be less overhead, so that means that you should produce less stuff, and also that means that you can reach result quickly. So my experience is that yeah, it's hard, it's actually hard, because when I compare those efforts to implementing RAP in the company, is that we had very low hopes because we were afraid of doing a lot of documentation, a lot of forms, a lot of diagrams, everything, and then after all we ended up with a little bit of documentation and some good practices, and we were very very happy that it works. And now we had like hopes like this, and actually yeah, the process it's not so easy. You always have to look after the smells, pitfalls, you have to look after continuous improvement, and well, set your expectations right. Another pitfall actually was whenever we had Kanban, it instantly affected us, so that project managers all of a sudden had a lot of free time. Not so much maybe, but of course developers started to manage themselves. Very good, very nice, but this comes at a price. What does that mean? Is that project managers should be involved into the process improvement and also ensure that customer follows Agile. So this is the lesson that we have learned hard way. Process implementation.
But one day the Aborigine descends from the inland mountains, and as he gets closer to the coast, he jumps hundreds of centuries in only a few days. Here at Port Moresby Airport, where his trip through time ends, and where he cannot find a reason for all that he has been taught to be seen so hurriedly, the scene of the cargo cult of the cargo planes, is
So this was us 1 year ago, because we thought we just implemented Agile. It works. So the lesson is that you cannot implement Agile. You have to work hard every day, look for the next waste, look for the next delays, and that actually getting back to the automotive industry, this is what made Japanese manufacturers so competitive. Kaizen, continuous improvement. So we have to do that, and guess who are the people that are most responsible for that in the company, or who do that job? The people that got a little bit of free time because of the Kanban, project managers. So at least this works for us. A couple of more points. Fixed price. So our experience is actually very bad, and that mostly relates to the contract type. So if you have fixed scope contract, then go for it. Because what happens is that customer at the end of the day says, okay, I'm personally responsible for signing that you have just delivered whatever contract says. And whatever we have done with this Agile, it's a nice stuff, but still I have to put a signature on that. So be careful. Warranty, also not a part of the Agile process, actually, interestingly, but it is. So you have to discuss that, and as said, fail early. That means discuss inconvenient questions with the customers early, before the project starts. How are you going to manage it? What are you going to do about the warranty? Our experience that maintenance agreement would be the best way to go. Okay, customers waiting in line, of course, discuss that. So customers not waiting in line maybe would be better smell. Aim for that. Okay, so what we have tried at Agme. So obviously Kanban, team building sessions every 6 months, internal experience sessions where everyone trains their colleagues, code reviews, which is I think by far the most effective way of train people. And we have also observed that even senior people can learn a lot from the younger developers' source code. Shorter iterations. Also, we had projects where we had iterations for 2 months, and I would say that these were the most unsuccessful ones. So try to aim for 3 weeks or shorter. And the tool that really works is a fail box. So whenever we started to use Kanban, everyone who failed to take the task when he was idle, he had to pay to this box. So that was the first version. Later on, cash flow actually went down, so we have to do something about this. So we have released Failbox version 2, and now it's working pretty well, as now everyone in the team has to pay if someone fails. So that's the real teamwork. Summary. So what's the difference between doing Agile for product development and what's the difference for outsourcing? So I would stress 2 points. The factor of complexity is maybe 2 or 3 times more than doing that on your own internally, and there are much more risks to manage. Customer, supplier, contracts, and so on and so on. So if you focus on these, I think you can be successful in the Agile projects. And well, I wish you good luck. And if you have any questions or comments, please tell. Whenever someone fails to take a task on a Kanban, that means he is idle, he has completed the task, and he is still waiting for the project manager to assign him a task. Because in Kanban, basically, project manager should not be assigning the task. Developer should take whatever tasks are available.
Do you have a separate testing department or separate testers?
We do.
How do you manage that testers and developers work like
So we use different techniques. We use manual testing. We write automated tests. We also use, in some projects, write regression tests code before the real source code gets produced. So it differs project by project. It's not standardized in our company as of yet.
But this testing test department works in the same in agile way, or they work in a separate way?
They are members of the team, so effectively we have 2 people, so not many.
You talked about Kanban already. Have you tried
Scrum,
Scrum?
we use some elements of Scrum, so I didn't mention that maybe, but we are working in iterations. So we have iteration plan and fixed date for that iteration. So, but we don't have, let's say, Scrum Masters as such.
But haven't you tried out Scrum just to find out what it is?
Pardon?
For some project, haven't you just tried out a full Scrum?
Fully, I wouldn't say so that we could be said Scrum, but a lot of practices from Scrum, yes. Okay, so before saying thank you, I would like to stress one more thing. There is a print error in this schedule. So actually, the time which is correct is what? In 10 minutes? After 10 minutes. Okay, so thank you very much, and please come to collect follow.